Cool. The one invasion you get every 30 minutes, and again, it ended in less than fucking 15 seconds. Because people just parry bait all the time. They just don't even want to swing their weapon. They just only parry bait. And when they do swing their weapon, they swing it so far away that it just makes no sense as to why they're swinging. Because again, they're just parry baiting. They just want you to walk up and press the attack button so that they can just press L2 and parry you. Or it's so fucking boring. Awesome. Congrats, dude. Enjoy not having another invasion for another fucking 15 to 30 minutes. Congrats. You did it. Awesome. Good aim.
Few hunters can resist the intoxication of the hunt. Look at you, just the same as all the rest. The hunters must die. The nightmare must end. Only I can stop this madness.
I missed? God damn, she's too agile. What the fuck is the point of these hunter tools? Nothing will hit her. They're garbage, dude. They're absolute garbage.
The beast cannot be stopped. What good hunters now? Your blood is mine. The hunt makes hunters mad.
I'm mad because you have infinite fucking stamina. Can I stop fucking missing? And can I possibly get one parry? Just like one?
You monsters.
Jeez.
All hunters must die.
Motherfuckers. I don't even know where my souls were anyways. It's just like yesterday, they just fucking vanish into thin air. What the fuck? No ice. How many times am I going to die? I missed the spot again. I fell down, then I died. You fell down, and you died. You just fell down, and you died. No, I didn't roll. I didn't roll. Zoidberg. Roll. That's not Zoidberg. I can't do Zoidberg. I just realized. Oh shit. Should pay more attention, douchebag. Son of a bitch. There's some good textures down there, dude. That's like the textures in MMOs. Just a giant, flat, copy-paste texture with no detailed differences on any of the bricks. Despite the fact it's in an open area exposed to rain on a regular basis. Why can't I stand there anymore? What's going on? It's all your fault. Why can I not land there anymore? Why is that platform not solid? Is that platform not solid after you've activated the elevator? Yeah, there's no fucking collision there at the moment. I don't know why there isn't, but there just isn't. I've fallen in every single spot. It's not there. It's simply just not there in my game at the moment. right here at the moment. Barf, 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 barf. No, you fucking dick. It like, I don't even know. I mean, I actually don't even know how my character got to where I was standing when I was standing at the thing's side. I have no idea how that happened. Like, 1 second I'm standing to the side of him, and then next I'm just like sucked right into the middle of the hitbox, and there's just nowhere I can move. Say, just fucking kill yourself, guy who put the fucking message there. Jesus Christ. And I mean in the game. Just for clarification. Jesus Christ, why? Some people are such fucking trolls. A reason to play in offline mode. Why did I buff up? Like, actually, fuck it. What's the fucking point? I'm like 2 or 3 seconds away from putting my game into offline mode so I don't have to deal with accidentally clicking on people's messages, because people obsessively stick messages in front of interactable things. Fucking worse than overlaid advertisements on websites. Like, get the fuck out of here. You already have to deal with that enough. Shitheads. You did not just fucking survive falling down that. Eat shit. Now we gotta deal with guys who had to put his message right on top of the fucking thing. I'm gonna rate it down next time. I wish you could make messages blacklisted from showing up in your game. Wait, there's two? I never even knew there were two different ones. I almost sold it thinking it was a copy pasta. I'm going to take 5 minutes before I do this. Man, it is so wet outside at the moment. It's been warm the past 3 days, so... Sorry if you can hear that noise of the water dropping onto the bucket over there. I have to do that or else it creates like a gaping hole in the ground. I'm surprised how much activity is on the streets at this time of night. I went to bed yesterday and, well, I shouldn't say I went to bed. I fell asleep on the couch for a bit. Woke up and like stretched my arms, in like the normal position. And either pulled like one of my rib muscles or bruised something or pulled something too far out of contact or whatever in my like upper middle rib cage. And I know it's like a muscle pull because if I have my arms down by my side, it doesn't hurt or anything like that. Like I wouldn't know. It's only once I lift my arms up can I feel the like pain resonating right in my upper rib cage. It was worse when I woke up. It's kind of gone away a little bit. When I woke up, I basically couldn't lift my right arm above my head without it hurting. Right now, it only really hurts if I like take both my arms and move my shoulder blades backwards. I can feel it like really, it feels like something's about to pop when I do that. But it's like a painful feeling of popping, which probably isn't good, so I haven't been doing that a whole lot. Besides just like doing it to stretch it out and hopefully like help it get back in the place where it's supposed to be. Doing like the circle motion with my arm, like the bottom half of the circle fine, the top half of the circle painful. I think it might be like something messed up with one of my, it might even not be my ribs, it might be like my collarbone or something. Because I think if it was like a rib thing, it would hurt to breathe in more. Because I've had like bruised ribs from playing sports and stuff like that. Taking a baseball to the chest and shit. Not during a game either. When I took a baseball to the chest, it was like a 40-mile-per-hour baseball that someone chucked at me when I wasn't paying attention, and just as I turned, it went right into like my left chest, like the left side of my chest. I had bruised ribs for like a month and a half or so. At least that's what it felt like. They weren't really bruised. It was just like mostly inflammation after like a month. One of the best things for inflammation of like the chest and other parts like joints and stuff like that is naproxen or Aleve if you want a name brand, but naproxen, or if you actually pronounce it the way it's spelt, naproxen. You can buy that at just regular ass stores here in America anyways. What the fuck that is? Oh. Now we transformed. We spent that entire time comboing instead of transforming. Oh, that gets me every fucking time. Fucking killed him, but I'll never ever be able to adjust to cute inputs because fucking up just means that you fuck up more. Stuck in front of him. At least I'll get all my health back. Jesus Christ, the frame rate, dude. I can't. Finally.
Sweet child of Kos returned to the ocean. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, that one fucker up there. I was trying to take a moment of rest. No, you son of a flapstick. You son of a Diarrhea Jones. dead. God, I wasn't even paying attention. Whatever. I am a
Well, what is it you desire? Very well, let me... Welcome, what it... Very well, let me... Farewell. Welcome, what it... Very well. Farewell, good hug.
God, why does the fucking Rosemarinus do so much goddamn damage? I wish the player's Rosemarinus did fucking 300 damage a tick. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Holy shitey. Ooh. Oh, stinky. Don't emote at me, fucking NPC douchebag. With your fucking 800 damage a hit. Ludwig's short sword. No! None! None! None, 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 none. Some none! None bread. No! No! No, I can't. Get me out of there. Sorry. I'll do that in a bit. Mostly just because I need more blood gems. I'll do some Chalice co-op. I'm gonna take a little break again. I'm just really distracted. Not necessarily because I'm bored of playing this game, but that is a little part of it. I was really into it a couple days ago, back when, like I said, everything was going really good. But when the fucking game crashed after I had gone through basically the entire first half of the game, like taking my time and killing everything I wanted to kill and ignoring the stuff I wanted to ignore. I did like all the bosses at the beginning of the game and got to the Forbidden Woods, and that stupid Forbidden Woods shortcut door, I will forever hate that fucking thing. Did I even get the Canehurst summons? I did. Good. Because I'll go and do that too. Go and try and kill Martyr Logarius. I might actually have just as much trouble with him as I had with Orphan of Cause. in his second phase. It depends on how the game's RNG decides to let me parry him when he does his second phase. If he gets the glitch where he gets the bullet shield at all times, then I'll be fucked, but otherwise not. And the glitch I mean, because there are some people who think that it's a glitch when it's really just the sword, but there are moments where you can still parry him normally in that fight, regardless of if he's used that attack or not. But sometimes, if he gets, like, stunned or it gets broken, like I think it's like the exact frame or something, it gets placed down, which for me, because I'm such an unlucky person, seems to happen regularly when I fight him. I'll end up in the situation where I can't parry him because my bullets will literally just fly around him every time. Even if it's point blank, I'm standing right in front of him, the bullet will somehow still miss. It's like a blunderbuss is fucking useless against him. I really hope the last chance trial in 2 days, I hope it comes out like around this time at night so I can start it at night. I would hate if it becomes only accessible at like 6 to 9 o'clock in the morning here, because that's gonna limit how much I'll initially be able to play. Because it's only going to be available for 3 days. And Saturday in the morning I'm going to be doing stuff, so I won't even get the chance to play then. But that's normal for me on the weekends. Normally have to go help family or something like that. That's why there are some weekends when I don't even stream. Or if I do, it's like this, where it's like late at night. Not that it matters when I stream. I don't really have much of an audience to begin with, so even if I streamed regularly, I don't think it would make a difference. There was a good period of time where I did stream regularly, where it was pretty much I always started at 9 o'clock EST. I did that for probably almost a half a year. It was like from 9 until like 1 or 2 in the morning, sometimes longer or shorter. I kind of do the same thing now, but again, I don't know. I've just largely been playing a lot of the same games, so people aren't looking for these games, and the few people who are looking for these games get, like, easily offended by my perspective on these games. That's why even though a lot of nice people come by, they never really stick around for very long. I also think part of the reason is I take a break every, like, hour or two. Like I said, though, it doesn't really bother me, but that's also one of the reasons why I'm excited for Neo 2, because it might actually encourage people who used to watch me more regularly actually come by and watch me. I'm gonna spend pretty much my entire time in the Last Chance trial just learning stuff. I've been avoiding, like, most cutscenes, most trailers, and stuff like that of it. I only really want to play the game, because I hate being spoiled on stuff. Even if it's a level or a person or something, I hate that kind of crap when it comes to games that I actually want to play through and experience. I don't want to know that stuff until I've already experienced it, because I don't want to have a bias going into it. Most people get a bias before they've even played something, and that can affect the way that they think about it the first time they view it. And that's how I feel about Dark Souls. Dark Souls and the Souls series are one of those games where the people who have gotten into it over the years are people who are told by other people that it's a really great experience, and therefore they go in with a bias where my friend told me it was good, so it must be good, sort of shit. Or my friend sat there and tried to explain all the stuff to me, and it just seemed so overwhelming that I had to try it myself or something like that. Or they watched a stream or a video, which is the most likely thing that happened. And again, most people in videos are afraid to show, like, real opinions about Souls games, or to think about them in comparison to other games when it comes to the way that they're designed, because people tend to treat Souls games as if they're somehow their own thing, when in reality they suffer the same problems that most modern games suffer from, like lots of unfinished content, developer deadlines, and all this other crap, causing the games to be way different than what they would have been if the developers had been able to actually take their time with stuff. And I mean, I always try to tell people this. It's like Dark Souls 1. Everyone's always like, Dark Souls 1 is the best. Dark Souls 1 is this. Dark Souls 1 is also the game that has Lost Izalith copy-paste dragon butts with multiple-legged things which are supposed to sit on flat terrain, that the only ones you fight in the game, for the most part, are not on flat terrain, so their model is halfway clipping into the ground while moving downstairs, because it was never designed to actually walk down the stairs normally. Even though that's the only level that that monster is placed in, sort of shit. even though other monsters in other areas of the game have dynamic footing, so their body position actually changes, or not necessarily their body position, but their like feet will angle depending on the terrain that they're on, so it doesn't just look like their model is fucking floating down the terrain and shit like that. I don't know, there's a lot of shit where it's like, people bitched about in Neo how, oh, Neo reused the first boss a bunch of different times. It's like, so did fucking Dark Souls. Dark Souls reuses the gargoyles in Anor Londo. Dark Souls reuses the Taurus demon and the Capra demon. Oh, but they're just a type of demon. Of course there's more of them. Yeah, and so is demons in Neo. They're a type of demon. That means that more of them can exist. Just because a boss is a demon doesn't mean that that boss demon cannot show up in another place if the same kind of energy is there. I'm not trying to necessarily down talk Dark Souls. Again, I just hate when people put it up on this like fucking pedestal above like all other AAA games when it's really only on a pedestal that is average to slightly above average. Which, if you were going to have me list them on different pedestals, Dark Souls wouldn't even be near the top of the pedestals. Bloodborne would be, because it has a lot more originality and a lot more design and thought put into most of the game. But even frickin' Bloodborne reuses boss as a normal enemy. In both chalices and in the normal game and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I don't ever like to say that something is bad because it reuses something, because that's just not true. If gameplay is good, that won't matter to you. It's like Neo. Neo, for me, the gameplay is so good that even if they changed core elements of the game and somehow made the game worse than the first game, they can't make the combat worse because the combat is already well developed and was there in the first game. So even if they take out systems like familiarity, inheriting stuff on armor and all this other shit, it doesn't matter a whole lot because the core of the game is still the same. Whereas with Dark Souls, every single game, the core of the game gets changed. And for the better or for the worse, that's up to people's like perspectives, decisions, and opinions. But out of all of the games, you can't say like, oh, to try and explain Souls combat to someone, you have to pick a game to explain. Because even within Souls games, they control very differently. I mean, they all control the same, as in they have the same control scheme, or a similar control scheme. But if you put someone on a double blind test where it's like, they played Dark Souls 2, and then they went over and played Dark Souls 1, and then they went and they played Demon Souls, and then they went and they played Dark Souls 3, they're all going to say that they feel incredibly different from one another. Even though Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 use similar animations. In fact, some of the animations are just copy and paste with a couple extra frames to make them look nicer for Dark Souls 3. But they are just Dark Souls 1 animations. For the most part. There are, like, the maces and axes and stuff aren't that way. But the short swords and shit, those are just DS1. The Claymore is just a Claymore animation. Hell, even the DS1 Claymore animations made their way into Bloodborne. So, I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to hate on any of that stuff in that regard. Because, again, I do understand game design, and I do credit developers where credit is due. It's just when you like something and you can actually rationally judge it from an objective point of view, even though you've played through it, like, you can't... The way that I look at judging video games is the same way that I would imagine a parent should look at their child. Like, you can't just sit there and tell them that everything they've done is positive, even when they're fucking up. You can say that when something is fucked up, that's a good thing, because then the person or kid will probably learn from it. Like if they make a small mistake when doing something, they're going to learn better from it with positive reinforcement. But like if your kid starts punching another kid, you can't give them positive reinforcement for that. Like you have to tell them to stop. And in the case of a video game, there's no telling the developer to stop, or telling the developer to, like, hey, maybe you need to lay off a little bit, or hey, maybe you need to, like, put a PSA out to your fan base to stop creating this illusion of there being this genre or such a high pedestal. Because it's gotten to the point where, like I said, Souls-like game, a Souls-like is a genre, when it has no right being a genre. It is not a genre. The genre that it is already existed before it existed. It just wasn't popular. Most people did not play hardcore video games up until speedrunning became popularized. When speedrunning became popularized, games like Dark Souls, which were known for being hard, exploded in difficulty. Or, sorry, not difficulty. They exploded in fan base, which attributed to the, like, illusion of difficulty in the games. When the games, like, if you tally up how many deaths it actually takes you to get from the beginning to the end of the game, I guarantee you, trying to beat Super Mario Brothers or Super Mario World, you're going to rack up 3 to 5 times the amount of deaths. But that's a different type of game. But when people argue that one of the reasons why Souls games are unique is its difficulty pertaining to death in a video game, that is not something that's new. That was always just up to the player in most video games. Whereas Dark Souls, the difficulty is up to the player, but is only up to the player in the sense that the player can choose to use upgrades and level up a bunch, or the player can choose to not level up a bunch and not use upgrades and play basically a shit unupgraded character if you want to. And then you can brag about it. And then you can act like you're more superior than other people online because you have a twink invasion character that fucks with people. And that's how you enjoy playing the game. Which is fine, but that's not what I like in a Souls game. In Souls games, the core of what made me initially like a Souls game was the RPG. And they've become less RPG over time and more just about this, like, crazy hardcore action. You die in like 2 to 3 hits, but it's super hard and super engaging, and it's just like, it's why I don't like Sekiro. It's not that Sekiro's a bad game, it's just not the type of game I want like this. Honestly, if you're gonna make a game like this, I wish that the company that made Kingdoms of Amalur never got bankrupted. Because Kingdoms of Amalur has a very similar-ish combat system to some of the basic third-person action games that you can find out there. It's not overtly complicated, like, there's no super crazy dodging or anything like that, or crazy intense boss fights in the game like you'd find in a Souls game. But that is not necessarily a bad thing, because you could take the formula of Kingdoms of Amalur and make it into a playable Souls game and have it be fun, because that game has basically 2-button combat just like Souls games do. I mean, it's more than that, but I mean in the sense of your attack buttons. You have your main attack button and your off attack button. So in Kingdoms of Amalur, when I used to play it on Xbox 360, I used to use the chakrams and a greatsword. Because you could throw the chakrams at a range, and then when enemies would get close to you or run up to you, you could use your greatsword. And it had like different it had magical spells that you could use, like get over here, like a pull and a couple other things. It's been almost 10, not almost 10 years, like 8 years since I played it or something, 7 years since I played it. But I do remember liking that game, even though, again, the company got bankrupt and shit. It was sad to see because, like I said, I liked that game. And it's one of those things where I wish EA didn't have such a weird company nowadays, because I would love to see that game make it back. It was basically like Skyrim. It was just an open world RPG kind of game, except for the combat was actually engaging. It wasn't a snoozer to play. And there were actually difficult enemies and difficult things that you could come across that would just fuck you up. But that was part of the game. The upgrade system was a little wonky, if I remember correctly, just because, kind of like a Souls game, you had to go to specific things to upgrade your, like you had to go to the one blacksmith in the one place that did that upgrade. Kind of shit, if I remember correctly. But I like the way that game's like character development worked, where you'd kind of like pick a card, basically. Not necessarily a card, but you'd be like a battle mage, for example, which would mean that you'd have decent spells, decent spell power, but you'd also be prolific with two-handed swords and stuff like that. So you were basically like a hard-hitting mage with a big sword, except for you were like a glass cannon. I can't remember what it was called. It wasn't called Battle Mage. It was called like something Dungeons and Dragons-y named. Like Arc Sage or something like that. Or like Wayfarer or something. I can't remember what it was called, but it was basically Battle Mage. Tank mage, or not tank mage, but aggressive melee mage. And there was tons of different ones. I think there were like 30 or 36 versions of it. You could be like a thief with big two-handed weapons and shit like that. You could basically combine any like two archetypes of a character together because you had two main weapons and you could have 4 spells equipped. So in the case of my character, I always liked using the Scorpion Pull to pull small enemies in and then nuke them with the greatsword, and then use the spells and the ranged weapons to take care of bigger, stronger enemies that you really didn't want to try to get close to. Because if I remember right, I don't think that game had dodges with iframes or anything like that in it. Like I said, it was more akin to like a Skyrim, but with, again, more engaging combat that wasn't just fucking boring after 30 minutes. Oh, I'm sniping with my bow. Sneak attack for 2x damage. Sneak attack for 2x damage. It's staring you right in the face. Sneak attack for 2x damage. It's dead. Pick up 2 of your arrows back off of the guy. The next Draugr comes. Sneak attack for 2x damage. And then if you want a melee, it's just run in. R2, R2, R2. Is the enemy attacking yet? No, R2, they're dead. Did the enemy hit you? Yes. Did it do 1/16 of your HP bar and you can pause mid-combat to heal? Yes. I don't know. Elder Scrolls games are not bad, but Morrowind and Oblivion are way better than Skyrim. I don't care what anyone says. Oblivion is just funner in general, because Oblivion has more crazy status effects and the crazy ring building system which you can use to manipulate your stats to maximum, because you can dupe them and then, or not dupe them, but you can duplicate near identical rings so you can equip them without them actually being equipped via dropping them in a specific manner and swapping them out for a different ring. Or something like that. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up again, but it was like you could basically max out all the stats on your character within like less than 3 hours of playing the game. Not that you'd want to do that in an already easy game, but again, I liked Oblivion just because it had status effects on gear. I love status effects in video games. That's why I said I like RPG, weird Diablo-style loot games, because I like random effects. My favorite types of effects, and you can quote me on this probably even back as 3 to 4 years ago, in some of my earliest streams. My favorite effects in video games are ones that basically allow you to summon something or that are on-hit procs. As much as I hate RNG and get incredibly unlucky, if there is going to be an RNG mechanic I like, it is on-hit stuff. I love being the dude in Diablo 2 who has the weapon that on hit steals 4% or 8% of the monster's life. But then I also like in like Torchlight where you have like a 2% chance to summon a small Taurus demon to fight by your side for 30 seconds. And it just absorbs aggro. Stuff like that I really like. But not enough games do it because they're so afraid of having broken game balance because someone will figure out a way to abuse it. It's what's going to happen with the anima system in Nioh 2 if it hasn't already happened, because I'll know. I'm going to try to make almost the same type of build I did in the Nioh 2 beta that focused on anima regen and anima cap. And I could basically just keep spamming my anima attack over and over and over again. And it would just stun lock stuff to death. So I will know if they already decided that stuff was a little bit too OP. Which, I mean, I'm not going to hate on them for doing that. But I am also going to hate on them for doing that. Even though that company sent me, like, codes ahead of time. And I'm a nobody. So I'm a nobody, but I'm an honest nobody. I'm a nobody, and, you know, one of my favorite shitty sayings is, "Po buddy's nerfect." So I can accept devs make mistakes, but I also don't accept when devs claim that a game balance issue was a mistake, unless it was added via a patch. If you did a patch and some guy accidentally changed a 90 to a 900, sure. But if you're fucking releasing a game and one of the first patches is, oh, we're nerfing this skill that's very early on in the skill tree by about 30% damage because we noticed it was like one-shotting enemies. If you're doing that and you weren't smart enough as a developer to play your own game, like to just load a character into a level, kill a couple enemies, put the armor you get on from the enemies, learn a couple skills like you would normally playing the game, and then use that skill a couple times on a normal enemy to see if it did good damage or not. If you're using random ass bullshit off of enemies and it's insta-killing stuff, fine. Nerf it a little bit. But if some guy has a highly specialized build where it's one-shotting stuff, but you have to take like 60 to 100 hours of gameplay to get to the point where your build can actually do that, then you shouldn't be nerfing shit. Because that's just extremism. And nerfing for extremism is the reason why modern RPGs are not as fun as RPGs from 15 years ago. Because RPGs from 15 years ago didn't have to suffer the nerf hammer. If there was something broken in the game or something strong in the game, you knew that every single time you played that game that you could use that strong thing and it would be good. every single time I play Naval Ops Warship Gunner, I know that going for the electronic systems that give you the electromagnetic shields and stuff like that is one of the strongest things in the game. Because even as a fucking a super speedy light armored destroyer, as long as you have that strong electromagnetic shield, nothing's basically gonna hurt you in that game. And every single time I play that game, I know that I can go back to it, and guess what? I'm going to be able to research the electromagnetic shield in the technologies branch, and then I'm going to be able to put that on a thing, and then I'm going to be able to use that thing, and that thing is going to be good. There's never going to be a time where in the future, if I decide I want to play that old PlayStation 2 game, I'm going to load it up and it's going to be different than the first time I played it 15 years ago. However, Neo, in my own lifetime of playing the game, I experienced every single nerf as they came out. I experienced the juggle nerf, the skip patches. I experienced living weapon nerf twice. The first living weapon nerf, changing it from infinite living weapon to having a diminishing return that forcefully made it always run out no matter what, to then critical no longer works in living weapon, so any skill or stat that says critical on it only works when your character's at low health, but not in living weapon, because living weapon health now overrides your own health, and a bunch of other shit like that. And it's like, again, I still tell people that Neo is a really great game. That kind of stuff isn't going to stop me from recommending people to Neo, but one thing it does stop me from is telling them that there's an easy way to play through the game if they wanted to, or that there's an easy, you can do this, because everything has been fucking nerfed because of extremists on YouTube who make super build videos, where they spent hundreds of hours making a specific type of build that fucking absolutely destroys everything in 1 to 2 hits, but is incredibly hard to come by. And it's like, if someone now, to this day, goes back to that old 2017 video trying to look up like a good strategy for killing shit, most of those old videos are going to be obsolete, even though they were made right before one of the last patches for the game. Because one of the last patches for the game had some of the most significant fucking changes to it. So it was basically half of the shit got nerfed, and then they basically just waved goodbye for Neo 2. And again, I'm on good terms with the company, so I'm not trying to shit talk them in a bad manner. But again, I'm also an honest person, and I stand by modern games that are solo RPGs that you play by yourself that do not have PvP within the levels should not be getting fucking nerfs like that. And even when your game does have a PvP system, I know for a fact that there is a way to program character and player specific things. So even though you might deal a ton of damage with a skill to a monster, you can make it so that that skill does not deal a lot of damage to another player. And you know how I know that? Because even in games like Bloodborne, when you visceral attack another hunter, that doesn't do as much damage as if you visceral attacked any other enemy in a game that wasn't a hunter. Because they have a variable set for hunters to take way less visceral attack damage. For whatever dumb reason, but they do. And they can do that for every single attack or skill in the game, because it's just setting up a certain value for that attack when it strikes a specific type of model. So when this attack hits this model, it does this amount of less damage. It does 60% less damage to this. That's how fucking resistances work, basically. It's like, oh, this thing has high resistances, so if you smack it with an arcane weapon, the arcane will deal very little damage. It's no different than that, except for you're just setting a resistance to that specific type of attack, or that weapon, or that skill, or anything. That's why I've never understood why Dark Souls had to nerf weapons for PvP, when you don't need to do that. If the Dark Sword damage was overpowered, you didn't need to nerf the Dark Sword damage. You just need to make players resistant to its damage. So the Dark Sword was still able to do good damage to normal enemies and stuff, but dealt less damage to players. Like 20% less damage to players. That's all you need to do. You don't need to go through changing weapons and changing like things so that people can't rely upon stuff, when most people who play those games are playing them for co-op and PvE reasons. They're not playing them so they can be invaded by Shitberg McGee who makes YouTube videos. Like, I hate to be a timist person, because I hate those kinds of people who's like, we're in the year 2020, that shouldn't be happening anymore. But honestly, we are, like, in the year fucking 2020 now, and people need to fucking grow up when it comes to that shit. And I'm not saying people need to grow up when it comes to invasions. I'm saying people who invade need to stop ridiculing people who don't want to be invaded, and vice versa. People who don't want to be invaded need to stop saying how that needs to stop being a mechanic. But there needs to be a middle ground. People who just want to play co-op should not be penalized by an invasion system that triggers more often when you're co-oping. When all the two people want to do is play through Dark Souls together. But not only does your convoluted ass summoning system make it hard, every single time they do manage to fucking connect to each other, they have to deal with, again, Shitberg McGee, who's gonna come into their game with a fucking twinked out character, two-shot them with a weapon, patches squat, and then throw a stock dung pie on him and point down just as the fucking camera fades to black. Like, what a fucking toxic, shitty community the Dark Souls community is, when you look at its face value and what some of the community is like. They're just the definition of shitheads. And again, I don't think that of every invader. The guy who invaded me earlier bowed. Even though I, like, bitched about him killing me with just a visceral attack because all he did was parry bait the entire time. I can forgive him for that, because at least he did it honorably. He didn't, like, do, like, the sarcastic approval clap after you got killed by him because he parried you and did 90% of your HP. He didn't one-shot me. He was expecting to, though. You could tell he was expecting to one-shot me, and that's why he was parry baiting. But unlike most people, I have 99 vitality, so I survived being parry baited. But he just R1 mashed me in a corner with a saw spear, which you can barely dodge anything online in Bloodborne with the way that the fucking latency is. So it doesn't matter. I personally am not against invasions, but I am against invasions in the sense where you're allowed to be a twink character. You're allowed to be someone who, like, min-max the fuck out of being an invader and invade some guy's game. And then invaders obviously had the audacity to complain about that being a thing in the game, so now, like, in Dark Souls 1, invaders didn't get any healing. And in the original version of DS2, not Scholar of the First Sin, but the original version of DS2, you couldn't heal either. You could heal with spells, like Great Heal and stuff like that, but that required you to have that slotted on. It's like I said, I've done PvP, and I have PvP videos on my channel. My Flamberge PvP compilation is a good example of my, like, tolerance of people. Because the first video starts out, like, very positive, and I'm, like, happy and laughing. And by the end of the second video, I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. And it wasn't even because I was losing. I lost maybe 3 or 4 fights out of that entire stream. It was like a 4 or 5 hour long stream cut down into like a 40-minute video of just a compilation of this person invaded me and I killed them, and then this person invaded me and I killed them. Because I never really liked to be an invader, except when no one would invade me. Whenever dried knuckle didn't work, I would invade as a sunbro. Or as a purple people eater. But I wouldn't invade as the purple people eater as putting the sign down. I'd actually invade like a normal invader as a purple people eater. That's what I called the frickin' mound makers anyways. I called them purple people eaters. The Dark Souls invasion system is a perfect example, and I've been trying to come up with a simile for it in real life, because there's a way to compare that system to real life where it's like, oh yeah, it's just two people trying to relax, and then you have fuckboy on his fucking bike who's driving by the puddle where the two guys are, or the couple sitting on the picnic bench or whatever. And this fucker purposely drives into the puddle to splash water up on the person, instead of just turning slightly to the right and going around the puddle. The guy who splashed the puddle on the couple is the invader in Dark Souls. You have the two guys that just want to play the game together, and then you have the fucking asshole in the truck that goes through the puddle, and you just get soaked and shit on. And then the guy honks his horn as he leaves, and that's the fucking gesture. The patches squat with the stock dung pie. Or the point down. Or if you're playing DS1, the well what is it? Or look skyward, the face palm. Some amount of disrespect, because every player in Dark Souls is like, oh, you're a noob, until they die really fast, and then they're like, and then that person who killed them is like, oh, that person is a fucking noob. And it is like, every single person who does serious invasions with Dark Souls sound like a Thien, the guy who used to do World of Warcraft videos, where he's like, I'm gonna poon some noobs. Like, what the fuck is this achievement system? Like, where in this achievement list does it say poon some noobs? Because I just come to poon noobs. That is literally Dark Souls invaders. Where all they think is that someone is worse than them. Even when, if they were in the opposite situation, back when they started playing the game, or back when they just enjoyed the game for the co-op, but some people don't. I have met people who play Dark Souls literally because they saw PvP videos. And to them, getting through the main content in the game to get items is the annoying part. Once they get to doing PvP, that's when they actually enjoy playing the game. And to me, that's just psychotic. That is the definition of someone who went through the extra mile. He knew you when you grew up. He saw you in like some weird video or something like that, having like a rough time, and he's like, I wanted to be a part of that. So he himself went out of his way to find a job or something like that, and then ended up went through the effort of getting a job and getting enough money just so that he could come to that area where he saw that person, find that person again, and do what he saw in the video. Like, it's literally the definition of a psycho. I only wanted to play this game because I wanted to fuck with other people. Because I saw people doing it in a YouTube video. It's the definition of when people on YouTube were doing nothing but prank videos, and then people started to pick onto that, and then you had tons of people doing prank videos, until one of the most popular prank channels did something that you're not supposed to do, and then prank videos and stuff like that basically had to become a no-go on the platform anymore. And that's all fucking I don't want to say all Dark Souls 3 PvP videos are like that. There are some that I like Mr. Nozek's videos I like, because he's a person who doesn't take it seriously. He purposely makes his videos jokey, loud, and shitty, but this was back like 4 or 5 years ago at this point, back when Dark Souls 2 was relevant. Mr. Nozek, Only Afro, people who do stuff outside of just, I'm invading, kill you. And people would be like, Only Afro is cancer to the community. At least the motherfucker did something when he invaded, besides just, I'm killing you with parry bait. I bait you into parry, one-shot hornet ring. Get good, scrub. Shouldn't have got parried. Don't use an ultra great sword. Use a straight sword like me, but actually just keep your parrying dagger or buckler out all the time. And never swing your weapon except to parry bait. Oh, look, I R1'd, but I'm not next to you. What are you going to do? Run up and try to attack me? Oh, you just got parried. Fucking losers. It's like, the only people who spend most of their time playing Dark Souls 3 as like a fighting game are people who suck at games like Tekken and Street Fighter. They can't play a real fighting game, so they play basically a shitty, neutered fighting game with no combo or juggling system. That has, in fact, lost depth over time, because in Dark Souls 3, it's just, oh, did you hit the person with the R1? If answer is yes, then R1 again. If you didn't, don't even bother. Oh, what's that? The person's just sitting there walking around you with a parry weapon out, waiting for you to do a double R1 so he can predict parry you? So you're going to throw out an R2, and then if that misses, all you're going to do is R1 him again? Or try and run around in a circle unlocked and then run at the person? Or maybe you're walking backwards trying to bait them into swinging at you, and then you're going to turn around and swing at them? There's only like 5 different things that you can do in Dark Souls PvP that isn't just, I'm going to roll every single attack and be an annoying fucker. Dark Souls 2 PvP is better because you can at least punish that, because weapons are designed in a way to punish rolling. Unlike DS3, where the weapons aren't designed in a way to punish rolling, except for like 3. And the 3 that do punish rolling are not high damage weapons. Well, endgame anyways. Like the Great Axe is outclassed by other weapons later on in the game, but early game the Great Axe in Dark Souls 3 is absolutely disgusting. I've one-shot people in the early game with a +3 Great Axe. If you just search through some of the shitty Dark Souls 3 clips that I have on my channel, you'll be able to find some of those. Of me using the Great Axe and either one-shotting or close to one-shotting people outside of the 2 really, really sweaty tryhards that kept invading me one day. I was doing like a random Dark Souls 3 stream. Wasn't a part of anything, it was just streaming some random PvP as a host. And I cut that clip out of it. Because normally I would delete those kinds of small random streams that I only stream for like an hour or something. Sometimes even less than that. But if it had anything good, I'll chop it down into a clip. That used to be the way I did it anyways. That was back when my internet was much shittier though. And I could only stream in like 720p low, so the files when I would go to edit them were so low quality that after editing they would be even lower quality. Like 720p HD, but you basically have to look at it from really far away. Like, go put your grandmother's glasses on or something and look at the screen. It'll look right. But that's the only thing I could do back then. Back when I had less than 7 download and less than 1 up. I'd have to shut all the other devices off in my house, including my computer. I'd have to disconnect my computer from the internet. That's why back then I had to use text-to-speech, whereas now I only use it because some people like it for the interactivity. Because there was a good while where I had shut it off because I didn't need it anymore, because I had the ability to look at chat, and I got sick of people posting, like, profanity. Back when I used to stream DS3, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was just DS3 at the time had that kind of people, but I had several different people that came by that would like talk like a normal person at first, but the second you say something they didn't approve of, they would instantly swap to spamming N-word and other profanities. I mean, I swear all the time. I say like fucking shit like crazy. But there are certain like racist slang words that I will never say the words of, so. And I don't appreciate it. I don't know. Again, that was just back then, so obviously it isn't a problem now. I haven't had a person do that in, I don't know, probably a year and a half. But then again, because I do have access to the chat, I just normally time out people who do that. I don't ban them, but timing out normally is enough to make one of those people just go to a different stream to do what they're doing anyways. They're normally just bored to begin with. Also, sorry I haven't been playing the game for like the past hour. I was talking and making myself something that I could eat in a bit. Trying to be quiet with the utensils though, so you don't hear shit on the microphone. I mean, you're probably hearing my like fucking jacket thing, because I can't stop that from happening. Not unless I tape it down and then take the tape off every time I'm done streaming. Need like a pin or a clip or something to clip that shit down so it doesn't jangle. Because it's not even like I'm moving my body a lot. It's just if I lean forward and lean back a little bit, the thing jangles forward and back. And I do that because sitting in this chair can be quite uncomfortable if you sit in the same position for long. So I'm normally like, I'll sit like straight up with my back extended, and then I'll kind of like lean forward a little bit with my back extended. And kind of like do that as almost like a stretch while sitting down. Just because otherwise I feel like I get a giant knot in my lower back. Getting old. I'll be right back though. I need to use the bathroom. sorry. I did not take damage from that. The other person is one of those fucking retards that I hate coming across. Because he didn't even bother to go look for the host. He just started killing random ass enemies. Fucking absolute trash donkey. Yep, that person's an idiot. Genuine Dumbo. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Nope. I would have sat there all day. I'm the cooperator. You're the joker. Why would you go this way? What are you doing? You are just like the king of fuckery. I don't even know where the host went. Because the host doesn't give a fuck about cooperators, clearly. Because he's probably had to deal with so many shitty ones. Like that fucking tool. Chalice dungeons would be so much easier if people would just stop trying to be What are you doing? There's not even anything here. Like, both of these guys are just like, this guy's just walking around the bonus area. What is going on? God. The kind of fucking shit that you have to deal with in Bloodborne, co-oping. With just literal retards. We still got Captain Retardicon killing shit. There's a fucking boss health bar at the bottom of your screen, retard, and you're still killing shit. Get in here. Are you mentally retarded? I got something actually worth my effort. You are just a Dumbo. You are just an absolute tosspot. It's the definition of too many cooks. Sometimes I feel like I'm too hard on people, but other times I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, both of them, I don't know what the fuck they were doing. Either they both had no understanding of how chalices work and actually went through the bonus zone backwards into the main part of the chalice level, because that door where the douche put down the shining coins is the door back into the main chalice, because that bonus door is for you entering the bonus area from the main chalice. But that bonus area also had a door that you could enter from the section into the boss room. I doubt I'm even going to get another co-op. It took like 5 to 10 minutes to get that one, and I already am triggered. My head's already ready to explode. Are you ready, McReady? Freddy? Now I need to be lifted up by 2 robots who rip my pants off. Shitty Borderlands 3 DLC reference, which less than a couple 100,000 people would probably even understand. Excuse me. Na 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 na. Mama talking to me, trying to tell me how to live. But I don't listen to her because my head is like a sieve. I think he's just only because of my sister's goals. Bite me holes. Sorry, I got earache my eye on the brain. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get another co-op anytime soon. I'll give it another minute. Let me just continue singing more Earache My Eye. Na 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 nah. And no. I need to repair this weapon anyways. For some durability down. Oh, this is... That's not right. Do I have enough to bank this? Maybe. Yeah.
Welcome. What?
Might need a little bit more.
Very well then.
Yeah. Oh, that's way too much.
Welcome. What?
Oh, wait, no. Bye. I went through 200 something blood vials the other night fighting Orphan of Cause. Wait, why did I never light the first lantern? Don't hit me, please. Don't do it. Oh yeah, that's a church cannon, right. Otherwise known as logical cannon, whereas the other one is illogical cannon. Nope. Eat shit, dorgs. No teleporting DS3 dorgs. Yes, I never lit this lamp. Interesting. I didn't open up the gate either. That's alright, getting there is pretty fast. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Skin dorgs. Only skin dorg. Safe, man. You shitlord, putting message in front of the It's a foul note. You put messages in front of interactable objects in FromSoft games. That is an automatic foul note. Anyone who upvotes it does it by accident. Unless they themselves are a troll. It's like you could easily put it 2 steps away and it would accomplish the same thing, but no. You gotta put it right where you have to interact with it. have fun dying for an hour and a half. What the fuck is that HP, dude? Why do they do this to you? Oh my word, yeah. No way. I said it the other day, I think Lawrence is harder than Orphan of Cause. And I stand by that. He's just such a fucking beefy boy. And you can't just break his limbs like you can with Cleric Beast. He's unbreakable. Patches. Explosive slam and you hit him somehow. That one sucks. Where the fuck was he going? Oh my God. It would be better to go with like a bolt or an arcane saw cleaver or something. He's pretty strong against standard damage, it seems. Ouch if you get too close. It's 801. That's still fucking dog shit, dude. It's like with Orphan of Cause, you at least have some amount of guarantee that you can do good damage. With this guy, there's just none of that. It's just it's a slow slog ass of a fight. It's the reason I don't like fighting Midir or Gale. It takes too fucking long with normal shit. Lawrence is, I would argue, is even worse than Gale. Gale you can actually kill in relative ease amount of time, even in NG plus cycles. This shit here is just absurd. Nobody gonna be here to be summoned for this. Not like it would matter, they just die in one hit. Just like that. I'll give it one more try. Unlike Kaz, like I said, there's no light at the end of this tunnel, though. He has no stun mechanics, no stagger mechanics, nothing that you can take advantage of. It's the only reason he's hard compared to all the other beast bosses. Because otherwise I'd just wait until I got the stagger, but there's no stagger to be had. You're not going to get stagger on this fight. It's not going to matter. The only thing you're going to do is get rocked by one-shot attacks if you try to get fucking aggressive, so you have to sit there and wait 15 seconds before one hit that takes down one fucking 1/60th of his HP bar, so you gotta hit him 80 times with an incredibly high damage endgame weapon. Such a fucker to dodge up close. I don't think there even is a way to consistently dodge that. Wanted to do the run attack again, but for whatever reason, apparently the run attack for this weapon takes a little bit longer of you holding the circle button. Even though with weapons like Ludwig's, you can literally use the running attack within a second of like holding the circle button down. Oh my god, not that attack. Fucking son of a bitch. Now I'm not hitting him because now he's in his hyper-aggressive second phase. Okay then. Gale. Every fucking time I tried to get the perfect distance to run, I get hit by that. Because it's bigger. I don't. There's no way. I couldn't even dodge because of the double hitbox. It just takes too fucking long, and I'm not in the mood for that at all. There's a reason why I don't fight that boss most of the time. Not only is it a reskin, but it's a reskin with a bullshit second phase and no visceral-like mechanic. At least I've never been able to get him to get into a visceral state, so. Nothing you can use that would be able to hit his head is fast enough to actually punish him and do a good enough damage. Like, I'd love to use the threaded cane, but even in that situation, it would be like fucking 50 run attacks just to get him past the first phase. It's not an interesting boss to fight anyways. I need to do more chalice stuff to get better weapons. Or not better weapons, gems for the weapons that I still don't have gems for. Whoops. I always don't have yellow backbone. It's 48,000 a pop. There we go. Now we got enough. I'm gonna take 5 real quick though. I want to go put a washcloth on one of my eyes because, like, it clearly, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, basically every other time I blink, I can like feel shit like grinding around in it. It's not like Sandy. I just have a reoccurring condition due to having like small tear ducts or whatever. And sometimes when I like don't blink, the shit just gets clogged up like a pimple and then releases this like fucking old tear gunk into my eye that, like I said, I'll blink once and it'll be clear. I'll blink again and like half my eye is like cloudy. And I just can't, like, see anything. It, like, amplifies my astigmatism to another level, so everything just becomes bright, shiny lines. Even lighting on the screen of my TV gets like that. The lights on my router, I can always tell if my body's like having a bad day, physically speaking, because I can just stare over at my router, and if the blue lights on my router have little shinies coming off of them that are really big, then I know that like there's something wrong with me that day. Like I just don't feel well or something. That's one of the main ways that I can tell, because weirdly enough, when I'm feeling better and I'm not sick, my vision is also better, and I get less astigmatism problems. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's because my like eye sockets get inflamed or something. Because if you don't know what an astigmatism is, I can explain it to you very simply. It's as if you have two focal points in your eye where light is trying to shine to. And what that does is cause the main focal point of your eye to see lights with shining rays coming off of them. It's almost like every single light that you look at has God rays on it from a video game. Like it's got, like, kind of like this shit right here. That is what my vision looks like, except for instead of it going in one direction, imagine that kind of like God ray effect, but in kind of like a perfect circle. Almost like how you draw a sun when you're a kid. You know, you draw the circle and then you draw like the lines or whatever coming out from it. That's my vision. My vision is every single light, even the light on my controller, has a jutting out protrusion from it that looks like that. If it's not like a circular light, for example, my controller, it only does it to me because my astigmatism occurs in the bottom half of my eyeball more than other places. So if I'm holding my controller down at my chest, but I'm looking straight forward with my eyeballs, then I get this big blue streak that rises from the controller. That's like a line. It's like a... That's the only way to explain it. Instead of it being circular, it's just like you took the blue light. It's as if I can see where the light is traveling in the air. I don't know, again, how else to explain it. Pictures of having astigmatism don't do it justice either. It's really, really hard to explain. And people who have had... There are people like me who probably had an astigmatism for longer than I thought, and you just don't realize it until your vision starts going bad in other regards. Because, like I said, my vision... I still have good vision. Like, my eyes aren't, like, cloudy. I don't have cataracts. I don't have retina problems. I don't have optic nerve problems. My eyes are still normal shaped. The only thing I do have that can be considered bad is both my eyes are off by a millimeter. But both of them are, so only when you're looking at me from far away with like things on, when I'm staring off in the distance, does it look like I'm not actually staring at something, because my eyes focus in when they're spread out in a weird way. I have frog eyes, as I always tell people, but my eyes aren't that split apart. It's not like that obvious. If you were just staring straight at me in person, you'd never even know that my eyes were 1 millimeter outwards off on both sides. But that never affected my vision. I always had 20/20 vision, even though that was the case, and that's because my eyes were evenly off. They were unevenly even. Because obviously they're supposed to be straight forward normally. They can assess that just based off of, if you've ever taken an eye thing, they tell you to focus on in the distance or look at something in the distance, and that's when you put a straight line on the eye, basically. And if that straight line where the eyeball is supposed to normally be crosses over the eye, then you know that their eye is going outwards, because you wouldn't be able to see. Like if I cover half my eye but I'm looking at something far away, I can't see. I can only see because my other eye can look around my hand. That's a cool thing about, to help people understand how light works. One of the ways that I used to teach people, or teach kids how light works, is you put your hand over your eye, and you can see where, if you look towards your hand or try to focus on something past your hand, there's actually like a bit of an area where your hand is almost like see-through, because you're seeing the eye perspective from the other side. So even though you can't see, like if you cover your left eye when you put your hand over your right eye, you can't see out of it. But if you uncover your left eye, your brain will actually let your right eye see past your hand covering your eye. Even though your hand is covering your eye, and there's no possible way that your eye can see what's in front of your hand. You can try this out yourself. Your brain will literally trick yourself into thinking your other eye can still see something, even when the other eye is functional. Although this does not happen in people who do not have both eyes functioning at the same time. Like when you don't have both of your eyes, your brain can't make up vision in the other eye. But when both of your eyes are functioning, your brain can actually parse the information to the other eye, and that's what your brain will do. It'll make something basically almost half invisible because it allows the other eye's light to see past it, and that will equalize out in your brain. So it doesn't look like your eye is fully covered. If you leave your eyes open and cover one eye, it doesn't look like, from your vision in that eye, it doesn't look like your entire vision is askewed in that one eye. It looks like you can still see past your hand. Like I'm doing it right now, but the second you cover your left eye, or bring the left eye cover closer and closer, you won't be able to see it anymore. It's one of those things where when I was a kid, I noticed that at a really young age, but that's only because of, one, how eyeballs work, and two, how light works. Because the light going into where your right eye would go into is still hitting your left eye, and your brain can basically fool itself into thinking that you're seeing it. It's one of those things about the science of the eyeball that we understand why it works that way, but we can't tell you exactly why our brain does that. Like, it's the same reason why we don't scientifically understand the optical illusion of black boxes. If you've never seen that optical illusion, it's just a bunch of black boxes set up in a grid pattern with a perfect amount of space in between them. And your brain will put black circles in between the black grid. It'll artificially put them in any of the places where you're not staring. But the second you try to stare at it, it will look normal again. There's also ways to trick the brain into thinking that you're seeing a different color than what you are by simply putting the opposite color or the shade of the same color reverse on a piece of paper. You can look up optical illusions that are like that, where it's the same color gray on both sides of the paper, but because they do something with the shading and the lighting, it makes you think it's a different color, but it's not. It's just your brain imagining it being a different color, because your brain wants to see patterns. It doesn't want to see a singular color a lot of the time when something is shaded. When there's a specific shading or depth put into something, our brains can't decipher it. That's how those 3D optical illusion wood statues that they make for like festivals and stuff like that, where it's like a dragon, and when you walk towards it, it looks like it's actually like 3D, but then when you get up to it, it's like this warped, twisted thing with the paint put on in a very elaborate way. because it just fools your brain into thinking that it's actually there, just based off of the shading and color of it alone. How the lighting hits it. And I think the even weirder thing that is unexplainable about it, at least so far, is not only do optical illusions like that work in real life, but they also work when you recreate them on a flat computer screen that does not have the depth that real life has in it. Like, for example, one of the things that always got me super, super interested in that kind of stuff when I was younger are those pictures that are invisible if you're focusing on them. You can't actually see the picture. You have to focus your eyeballs past the picture, which makes the lighting and the color of the picture focus to your retina in a different way, which causes you to actually be able to see the picture, even though the picture, when you look at it, is just a bunch of jumbled colors. And to be honest, the person who came up with making pictures that way was a fucking genius, because not only do you have to know how to set that up ahead of time, but it's also like, not every single person knows how to make their eyes manually focus in at different distances. Like, if someone walked up to you and was like, focus your eyes at a half-mile distance, or like the farthest distance that you could, as if you were looking off the side of a cliff into a giant Grand Canyon, what would your eyes focus be like? And just do that right now. Just imagine yourself looking at something really far away. It's so difficult. I used to be able to do it when I was younger, where I could be staring at something and just be looking past it. But now I have to use like a laptop screen to help. Or another way to trick your brain into doing it is to look at your wall. Look at the wall in your room and then just put your hand in front of your face, but continue walking. And then when you would get up to the picture, just take your hand off of your face. Because your brain, as long as you don't try to focus in on your hand, don't try to focus your hand, just imagine that you are still looking at the wall, but you're moving. Just don't ever focus in on your hand, and then you take your hand away. That's how I, again, would teach other kids. And it actually worked. Most kids who couldn't see those pictures, if I told them to do that, you basically just tell them to go to one end of the classroom, focus on the wall, and then put your hand over your eyes, but don't focus on your hand. Just move the hand in front of your eyes so you don't accidentally refocus your eyes on something else. You're basically locking in the focus of your eyes when you do that. It can take a couple of tries, but once you can do that, you can basically keep your eyes at a certain focus level, and that's how you can look at pictures like that if you aren't able to manually just be like, focus eye long distance. If you can't operate your brain's focus like a camera lens manually, then that's your best option. Because I know a lot of people struggle with controlling the retina and like how their eyeball functions. It's sort of one of those things where it's like eyebrows. Some people can raise both their eyebrows. Some people can only raise one. Like me, I can only raise one eyebrow on the right side of my face. Or actually, no, sorry, it's the left side. My right side, I can only push inwards and down. I can't go up. I can only go up if I bring my left one up first. And my left eyebrow, whenever I do that, is always slightly higher than my right eyebrow. And I think, and I mean, I say I think, I'm pretty sure I know why that is. I think that's because I took a softball to the face when I was younger. Like right to the side of the temple, and it like cut that entire thing. Luckily, it didn't like hit me dead on. It just like went, it like glanced off of the side of my head, but it fucking ripped the skin and a bunch of other shit. Luckily, that scar, because I was so young when it happened, I was like 7 or 8 years old. Luckily, that scar isn't even really there anymore. The worst scar I have is honestly from the first time I had a really bad mouth like herpes breakout. Which, I mean, yeah, it's not exactly the nicest thing to tell someone that you have, but you either learn to embrace it or not. I didn't really have a choice in having it. Is just born into it. If you get cold sores or like open sore ulcer looking shit on your fucking face, around your lips and stuff like that, then you probably have it too. That's why I'm always super sketch whenever people ask me for a cigarette or ask me if they want to smoke a joint or any of that kind of stuff. I don't like sharing stuff with people, and I always warn them, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, no, it's no big deal, dude. You don't have to worry about it. It isn't gonna," like, they act like it's not going to affect them. Like, and that's why when I tell most people now, back when I was younger, I always used to tell people I got cold sores. I didn't tell them what that meant, because most people don't know that the term cold sores comes from hepatitis. But it comes from the type of hepatitis that is not genital based. I don't have genital herpes, I just have mouth herpes. That's two different things. Very different things. And that shit, I haven't had that stuff like break out in probably like 6 or 7 years. It happened to me way more when I was younger. I don't know why. But I have a big scar from it on my upper lip. Because there was one sore that, like, I kept picking at for whatever reason, and it eventually started to become like, it looked like someone cut into my lip, like someone took a knife and gashed into my lip. And that spot, to this day, hair still does not grow there. The follicles never came back. I don't think they do anyways. If you damage the skin down to the follicle, to the point where you obliterate it, I don't think follicles just regrow back, but I could be wrong. I know that if you have someone else's skin grafted onto you that has hair follicles in it, as long as the hair follicles are present, your body chemistry can actually force hair to grow on skin that didn't have hair on it previously. Because your body doesn't treat skin as if it came from a specific area of your body. For example, if you put like ass skin on your face, that place in your face will still grow a facial hairline after enough years. It will grow a facial hairline representative of your original facial hairline, because that's where testosterone goes to your body. You're not going to get hair all the way up the side of your face, even though there was hair follicles there, because there are hair follicles technically all over your face. Like all the way from your eyebrows down to your cheekbones, all along that, there's hair follicles. But most people don't have the body chemistry for hair to actually grow there. I have hair on my cheekbones that grows pretty far up my cheekbones, and if you count, like, the invisible small hairs too, then technically my eyebrows connect to my beard. Because there's like a little tiny, like, 1 or 2 hair wide, like, strand of, like, little tiny baby hairs that are invisible when you're looking at me from more than a foot away. But in a mirror, you can, like, visibly see them. Or if you get really close to me. Attack of the Apes. Neanderthal looking ass. That's why I still use my old profile, or my old picture of me from like 8 years ago. Back when I was younger. I still had a beard and stuff like that, but now my beard grows in way further up my face and looks like shit, and I don't like... I'm too lazy to shave the hairline down to actually have it look nice, so my beard just looks like complete shit all the time, for the most part. Not shit, it just looks like a dude's beard that they don't trim. The only thing I trim because it annoys me is my mustache. In fact, I shave that down to nothing. So a lot of people tend to think that I'm of a certain religious group when I'm not, because I have long black hair. I have long black hair, a beard, and I shave my mustache. And I don't, to a lot of people around here, I don't look like a person from this country, even though I'm Native American. That's the fucking fucked up part. I'm not going to say what religion, because there are a couple religions that actually fall underneath that, and I've been called both. But just think of a religion where people have beards, but they shave their mustache and have long hair. Again, I look pretty much exactly the same as my YouTube profile picture. It's just that picture is me 6 years younger. Whereas like now I always have purple bags underneath my eyes and all my teeth are nasty. Although in that fucking picture you can't see my teeth. But that's before my teeth started to go bad. I lost like 3 of my molars so far. 2 on my right side and 1 on my left side. Completely, like, obliterated, basically. 1 from trauma, and then that just started like a chain reaction. But my family also has like a genetic disposition of having soft teeth. Like soft interior teeth. Though oddly enough, I never really had a problem with cavities. Like, I never had a cavity until I was like 16 or 17 years old. And then I got like 3 after, like I said, I had like an impact to the face. And then I had like 3, like, not necessarily a cavity, but places where a tooth was slightly damaged and I never had it taken care of. So it just got worse and worse and worse, to the point where the entire tooth like cracked in half. I can still remember like each time one of the molars broke was a harrowing experience, and you think I would have learned not to eat hard food with a predisposition to soft teeth, but I was biting into some almonds, and I bit down on the almond, and my tooth just basically crunched into 3 separate pieces. And I was just like snacking on the thing, so I'm just like crunch, crunch, as my teeth crunches my teeth into other teeth, and it was just like, that is... You don't want to experience that. Let me just tell you right now. Luckily, I don't have any residual mouth pain, as weird as that sounds, because most of my mouth, the nerves rotted down over time, so, like, I don't... Unless someone takes, like, a pokey thing, or I'm eating, like, some very sharp chips, and I put them in my mouth, and I bite down, and a pointy end points and presses down into the area of the gum where the tooth was, then it will hurt. And it will only hurt for, like, maybe 5 minutes. But I don't have, like, tooth pain where I, like, wake up in the morning and it's agonizing, despite the fact that I'm missing 3 teeth that weren't pulled out by a dentist. I did it myself with, like, fucking tweezers and stuff like that. Not like normal tweezers, like big... not tweezers. Forceps. The things that have the little lockers at the bottom, but they're like a pair of tweezers. Anyways, I need to be right back real quick. I need to go put the rag back on my face. Due to being Native American, though, I'm actually part of the small population of people that don't have to really worry about their wisdom teeth a whole lot. I don't even have them. I don't have wisdom teeth on my top or my bottom. I'm one of those genetic weirdos. My gums just end where the normal molars end. I never had to have braces or anything like that because of it, even though my jaw is slightly crooked, so all my top teeth kind of are at a slant, but they're not at a slant as in they're like all individually crooked. They're still pretty straight, all things considered. The most thing that's uneven is my 2 front bottom teeth. One of them is kind of crooked to the side a little bit. But that's about it. And it's not so much crooked to the side as like one side has been worn down a little bit. I guess I bite stuff in that specific area or something. I wouldn't know. Speaking of breaking teeth, though, one of the other, like, harrowing teeth stories I have is when I was in grade school. and I knew this kid who had these really, really big canines. Like, his canines were so big that it almost looked like he had one of those pair of wax teeth in his mouth. Like, not that the wax teeth was literally what his teeth looked like. I just mean in, like, the wax teeth always have the ridiculously big molars, or not molars, the canines on them. And that's what his teeth were like. His canines were ridiculous. And he was, like, I can't remember what he was trying to bite into, but he was one of those kids who bit into packages with his teeth. And he bit down and pulled really hard on the plastic shell, and one of his canines just fucking broke, like, right off. Not, like, right off, but it, like, broke nearly in half, and the kid just started screaming, because I imagine it was very painful as all of a sudden the nerves in the teeth are just exposed to raw air as you're breathing in and stuff like that, so it probably stings like a motherfucker. Pins and needle pain. No bueno. homing missile. Twin blood boners. What the hell is that? I should have known better. I should have just reset the second it got to buff its weapon. Oh, son of a bitch, flop sticks. Wow, yellow backbone? I'm surprised. You're too nice, game. No. Hello? Oh, one of those bitches. Oh, and it's the like 5 to 6 spammer too. The best version. Your lag machine. That's all those are, just lag machines placed in the environment. Hi, guy with my souls. You have my soul. You're done, son. There are your hinges. god, I don't have claw mark on. How did I only realize that now? You... Did you really just run at me like full fucking speed? Like really, dude? 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 Someone shut off that fucking record. You delayed nuggetry. Go back to Dark Souls 2 with your fuckery. Your upchuckery. Fireball. Purple ball. No, you don't combo out of that. No. You don't combo out of that. Not those. Not those. Anything but those. Why do your throwing knives do so much more damage than everyone else's? You motherfucker. No, you can't be. You can't be serious. Fucking lock on. I could have manually aimed that better. Of fucking course, and now my fucking 1 million souls are in the dog-filled room. Fucking curse chalices. Can't wait for Neo too, where I can use an item to get my fucking shit back. Can't fucking wait for that. So tired of losing millions of fucking souls every time I play this game. Because of the dog shit enemies like that. We don't need that room anyways. Fuck off! Are you fucking serious?
Emoji waving hand with medium light skin tone.
I thought that was Hyro doing that. You aren't in on the inside joke that we have, because I didn't even know that those existed back like a year ago, and Hyro, my friend, put one in the box that was MLG clapping hands with medium light skin tone. It just had me rolling laughing. So I was like, did they really need like medium light skin tone? Like, fucking world's gotten so overtly sensitive.
Emoji clapping hands with medium light skin tone.
Yes, that one.
I lost myself when I first heard the PS4 hot say emojis like that. But
oh, it wasn't even the fact that it was the bot saying the emoji. It was the lengths they went to describe the emoji that had me rolling laughing. Like, if you told me many years ago that there was going to be a thing that you would type into a website to talk to another person who was live streaming a video game, and that thing was going to have a descriptor that was going to be representative of exactly what color skin tone it is. Medium light skin tone doesn't even describe what color the skin is. Like medium light blue skin tone, medium light red skin tone, it presumes that the colors are already like, so it's a brown person's skin, but it's medium and light. But medium light, why not just say light? Light medium. Like,
oh, I gotcha.
It's excessive.
Also, I'm okay, how are you?
Alright. Just really waiting on Neo to... Oh my god, he's gonna ice me. Oh boy, cameras, please! Cameras, please!
I never thought of it, but actually...
That should have been a... That was a parry. That was a parry. Oh my god, and I finally parried him.
Also, just to let you know, I'm playing, so not paying attention to your stream, only you.
Yep. What are you playing? Are you doing 2K? Or not 2K, the wrestling? It is technically a 2K game. Right?
Bus simulator actually LOL.
Instead of Neo? Oh god. Nightmare. Oh, fair maiden, why is it you weep? Where is the good stuff? Well, the Switch definitely is not in Ratland. Rats. We're the rats. We pray at night.
Out of all the great games in my library, Bus Sim is what I play, but hey, at least it's not Call of Duty.
Might as well be, dude. Call of Duty is bad because of the toxic people who play it. You're not toxic, so I don't think it qualifies, because I don't think Call of Duty is a bad game. It was just a game built in an oversaturated market at the time. Nowadays, there's not actually too many military shooters outside of the Call of Duty clones and shit. Also, this is fucking brutal, dude. Did they really have to put like 3 of these things in here? I ain't getting those souls back, that's for damn sure. Where the fuck did I lose them? Oh, the rat got it. What are you gonna do with all that power, rat? Nothing.
I find it to be very relaxing, nice change from a game.
No, no. No slicey. Any game can be relaxing as long as you're not focused on a reward. Most games like that don't necessarily have like a great reward at the end. That's why games like Minecraft are great, because they still have the elements of a game, even if you're not going for the end objective. Like just the basic elements of a game can just fuel people to want to play a lot more of it, even if it's very simple. Again, I don't like play like a ton of Minecraft, obviously, but I can 1010% understand the appeal from both old and young alike. I don't even know where to go to get the frickin' gate open in this chalice. No, I'm gonna die again. Lagadocio. Fireball, 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 fireball. Alright, we're done. Thank you. I like playing your shitty bullet hell game. Budget bullet hell game. Don't kill me, please. You know, please. You know, no kill. It's a bonus. You can tell that the wall has really weird texture. I'm surprised I survived that hit, to be honest. I like how those guys just fucking get thrown into the ground. Like they weigh 1,000,000 pounds or something. Like they're made of lead. That's not even where the switch is? What the fucking shit? Also, what a great job on those textures, buds. Oh, it's right here. I'm a Dumbo. Thought I had already walked down in here, so I was ignoring it. Nope. That's an ouch. Oh, come on, bud. One good thing about playing games like this is you actually develop a super good mental mapping ability. Because there's no map in these games. Neo doesn't even have a map unless you count the map screen you select levels from. But it does not have a map on a level. It has a compass, but it doesn't function like a map. It just is like basically an indicator system. It lets you see the general direction of the objective location, or if you get certain skills on your armor will make like loot items or enemies or other things like that show up on the compass, but it doesn't like, again, it's not like a map. There's no route or anything like that. It's not going to show you any level geometry. It's just basically a circle.
Welcome home. What is it? Very well. Let me...
Sorta like Skyrim or Fallout.
What? If I'm being completely honest with you, I don't even remember half of what I said. Just barely.
Welcome. What is it?
Like the
Very
compass
well.
thing.
Let me stand close.
No. Neo's compass is a circle mini-map looking thing, but it's not an actual mini-map. It's just like a circle like a mini-map, but on that circle it shows like a fixed distance from your character. And like I said, stuff will show up within that fixed circle if you have certain abilities on. I would say it's more like Oblivion in terms of how the compass functions, less like Skyrim, because Skyrim and Oblivion both actually have a full-on map. Not just a compass, but you don't need it in Neo, because Neo's levels aren't that, they aren't big. Neo's levels at most take an hour to complete, hour or two to complete your first time through them. Like, and that's saying at most. I can do some levels in Neo, killing like all the enemies and getting all the secrets within like 15 minutes. So, it just depends on how much you die, which is where, like I say, it can take longer depending on how much you die more than anything else. If you don't die a whole lot and don't have to redo a whole bunch, then you'll probably be going. Yawn. HP gradually depletes. Yeah, I want that. beefy. I don't have a triangle gem. Dang it. Well, then I might as well put it in a weapon that'll benefit from having it. Actually, you know what? Take the gems out of this thing, because rifle spear is honestly probably one of the most boring weapons in this game. Real snoozer. Alright, sorry. Spending way too much time on that. See if anyone wants any co-op. Try again. If at first you succeed, still try again. Because you probably didn't succeed enough yet. Oh, what's that? You think you succeeded again? No. Close, though. Real close. Probably even the closest. You were real good, son. Real good. Probably even the best. Neo's Alpha, 2 days away. Or not Alpha, why do I keep saying Alpha? Last chance trial. Free for everyone to download. Even if you don't have PlayStation Plus. Yay! Play the cheering kids in the background sound effect. The yay! Game developers that actually let you play their games beforehand and then actually change them before they come out. Instead of being like, wow, wish we did that. Wish we tried our game out instead of just testing a bunch of server shit. I wish we took actual, like, opinions from people and put them into the game. Maybe. That's such an odd concept, though, dude. I mean, I don't blame Bethesda or any of those companies that do those kinds of things. You know what I mean? 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 Do you know what I mean? You know how sometimes you gotta say something like 20 times until it doesn't mean anything to you anymore? Excuse me. There's always tons of people who want to be summoned, but no people who's doing the chalices. They're all just like me, being a lazy piece of shit, eating something that they made like an hour and a half ago. probably having YouTube videos on the side. Why can't a brother find another motherfucker? That's because everyone's standing there. You could see all the ghosts of all the people. Why am I sucking so much? Oh my god, it's actually good. It doesn't have health depleted or anything. It's actually good, and it's a 60 plus. Wow! and it's the rare layer 4. I don't know how all 3 of the cursed chalices I've made that are in my Hunter's Dream currently are all 4-layer chalices, when 4-layer chalices are supposed to be rarer than 3-layer. But I've somehow RNG'd 3 in a row. Because that's my luck. Old Great One Cold Blood? What the hell?
These guys have trouble aiming sometimes.
I wouldn't say they have trouble aiming, it's more From Software has trouble designing models that don't clip through each other physically in the game. The problem is just his model doesn't allow him to aim further down. Wait, where am I going? How's it going, taters? How's it going? How? Ooh. You call me a beast. A beast. What would you know? I Away! Away! You plague-ridden rat! Swanky lady. Big Chungus. Smack, smack. How'd they do that? Why'd they go and do that? Arm. Club. Part of the club. No. Nina, nah, me neither.
Doing well, just waiting for the new variants in Iceborne.
Why are you excited for that? Literally, I couldn't be less excited for that. fact, I kind of wish they'd stop updating Monster Hunter World. Add some new fucking monsters, you jokers.
LOLY.
What do you mean, why? The stupidly hard content that they keep making is not good content and has never been good. It's not going to breathe new longevity into the game because Safi Jiva stuff is always going to be the best. They added a system by which you can custom upgrade a weapon. And then are adding monsters who have weapons that are not custom upgradable. So basically the only thing that's there is the armor set. But you know that 4 out of 5 of the armor pieces are going to be near useless. And killing them is not going to be fun. If you already don't enjoy fighting Brachydios or Rajang, then it's just going to suck. It's not going to be a new or fun, unique experience. It's just going to suck like fighting Brachydios and Rajang before. You need a guy with a hunting horn that has all ailments negated for Brachydios. And then for Rajang, you just need to get lucky and hope he doesn't fucking kill you because he's always in rage mode. Awesome design. It's not like they haven't done that in a previous game, except for in the previous game it was still somehow fairer. I don't know, I don't care. They can have their fucking overtly difficult nonsense. That's why I literally played it for like 1 day last week, because I played it for that 1 day and was like, I realized why I stopped playing this game that much. Goodbye. I'd rather play Bloodborne, a game I've played more time at, and that arguably I get more ragey at Bloodborne, but I also enjoy Bloodborne a lot more than current Monster Hunter. I think the current state of Monster Hunter is terrible. Having to weaken parts all the fucking time to get 25 to 30% of your damage.
When I say things like Rajang is too strong, people tell me to get good.
Yeah, because those are people from the fucking Souls community. Plus, a normal Rajang is much easier. He's not enraged all the time. Okay. You still don't have claw mark runes on. Hey, get over here, bag face. Nugs McBaggins. Splorsh. Glamour. Style. Flair. Fashion. Killing everybody. This is Bloodborne. I think I'm mixing up the games. It's actually Devil May Cry. Donk. Donk. How many times are you gonna let me donk you? You're just getting donked. Donk. Donk. Okay then. Okay then. Okay. Oh, that homed. That homed so hard. Can you not? Can you not, dude? Like... Just be lucky I'm not doing 4,000 damage of visceral, bud. Or you'd be chuffed. You'd be a chungus. You'd be big chungus. Big humongous chungus. Oh no. That's when Nathan knew. He fucked up. I think that hit me early. I don't want to say that just because I died in that moment, but I swear that swing hit me early because I was waiting to dodge it at the right time, and then it just like hit me. It hit me, dude. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? Don't get hit, forehead. I'm like a god or something. You seeing this? Imagine if I actually talked like that on a regular basis. Hey, you seeing this? You seeing this, expert? No mistakes. Besides you. You son of a flarp stack. What? Change my runes.
Grandpa snuck out of daycare again.
Excuse me. Woo. Hold on, I need a triangle. Fuck it. Why do I even have stuff in this? It's like... should have absolute garbage in it. Actually, I kind of want to see what that gem would do to some other weapons real quick. Just out of sheer curiosity. Because that gem is insane. Compared to a 20%, it adds 50 extra attack. Compared to just having a 20% gem, and that's why these are so good. But they're so hard to get. These are the only things that make having scaling and having high amounts of a stat worth it. Because these, once you're late game, are insane damage increases. Because, I mean, this... if you were to look at this weapon that has all these 20% gems in it, you'd think, oh yeah, that has really good gems in it. But just imagine if you had everything that gave as much of a boost as that. And that doesn't even have a flat plus physical attack secondary modifier, because that's what they can also come with. And that just makes them even more disgusting. Like this. Even just comparing it to a 50. A 50 that has plus physical attack, like I was saying. It's still 17 more, just from having 15 more scaling. Here's a good example. Compare it to a 15 gem on a weapon that already had decent strength scaling. Huge increase. What about this? A weapon that already has an S. It shouldn't benefit that much, right? No, still way better. What about these? Surely it can't be that big of a... You gotta pause mid-sentence just to make it seem actually way better than it is. But it's still crazy. Because, I mean, that's only a 15% gem. But if I put like this in there and do this, it's still 40. It's insane. It makes weapons like the stake driver. It's why I was slotting it into the stake driver. Because stake driver doesn't have that great of scaling. But you increase the scaling on this in either of the slots. Oh, skill scaling gems don't go that high. Sorry, I was looking up some gem stuff and I always get fucking sucked in. Oh my god. Again, that's like a 40 difference, dude. Because it doesn't even have strength scaling on it. I wonder how much damage it'll do. Sorry, doll. 2,100. Eh. I'll put some gems in it in the future, but it's not going to get priority. Yeah, see, I lose damage here. Because it's got good scaling already. Can't put weapon durability down in this thing. The weapon will literally, you smack it against the wall and it'll go and just break into dust. Dusty old bones full of green dust. Dusty old bones full of green dust. Dusty old bones full of green dust. That's way too loud. That'll definitely get picked up on the mic. God damn you. And you're fucking guaranteed Dark Souls 3 R1s after teleporting. No! Fuck! Why can I never fucking dodge that? I feel like it every fucking time that shit hits me before he's even swinging. I would need to see like a frame-by-frame playback to believe that I'm being hit on the frame when his weapon is actually colliding with my body. I refuse to fucking believe that. You fucking... I would love for From Software to make a single video game whereby they have a consistent stagger mechanic. It's so fucking infuriating to attack a boss, have it stagger 70% of the time, and then other times it's just like, nah, you don't exist. Nah, dude. I'm just gonna hit through whatever the fuck you're doing. It doesn't matter. It's just like such fucking piss poor shit design. It really is. All the Thumerians in this have that same shit fucking philosophy that carried over to DS3 on almost every fucking boss. That's why DS3 is the most insufferable Souls game to play. Good, I just lost those souls. Great. Awesome. Fucking great boss. Delayed double hitbox fire nonsense. And if it isn't delayed, it's fucking 20 frames too early. A broken ass version of an engine that was never meant to run on modern systems. People make fun of fucking Bethesda for the fucking creation engine or whatever the hell it's called. And From Software's done the exact same thing. Would you fucking stop? I love how the first time I attacked him with the Beast Claw, he literally staggered on every single hit out of all of his attacks. And every single other time I've attacked him with the Beast Claws, since the very first time I've attacked him, he only gets staggered on like every other hit. Like, why does sometimes he gets locked and staggered, and then other times I hit him and he just fucking ignores me like I don't fucking exist? Like, what fucking design is that? It's so fucking inconsistent. It's almost impossible to get any degree of consistency out of playing this against these fucking types of bosses, because it's just so stupid the way that they're fucking programmed. Oh yeah. Cool. Get out of here. Jesus Christ. Make me lose 500k with your fucking bullshit. I'm more pissed losing that 500k than the 2.6 million. Because I was literally only doing that because it gets so fucking boring fighting those guys and just parrying them to death. Another plus 65. Need a fucking piece of paper or something. It's B X 5 Q B Z F W. Cool. Excuse me. This time I'll summon, although I don't think that'll matter a whole lot. I just want to get more of those blood gems, and this chalice just happens to be a version of a chalice where you can get both the heavy scaling and the cold scaling of 60 plus in the same chalice. I just did, and that guy who was in my chat a couple weeks ago was like, those are so rare, those never show up. And now I've gotten enough to the point where I sell ones with bad negative effects that I don't like. That one that has 5% to beast down, I may even sell that, because I don't like negative modifiers. But since it's only 5%, I don't care as much. Because I'll keep ones that are negative 5%, because that's like the lowest negative you can get for that kind of negative. Because those scaling things are a make or break for certain weapons being actually viable to use. When you have a lot of scaling. But it's only on weapons that have bad scaling to begin with. Like I said, weapons like the stake driver and stuff like that are much better when you use scaling, a high scaling gem in it, for both the elemental part and the normal part. But the only element you'd ever want to put on the stake driver is bolt, for the most part. I mean, you can put fire on it, and fire is probably the best element to go with, but bolt has its uses. Although after using the boom hammer earlier to kill Amygdala, I realize how much element plays a role in stagger. Normally, Amygdala, I could do the first half of the fight. If I didn't put any buffs on the weapon, it would take like to 50% HP to get him to be visceraled. With the boom hammer, it took like 4 running attacks. And that was it. But the boom hammer benefits the way that you fight Amygdala, because it's just a running attack boss for the most part until you get to the last phase. And then it's still a running attack boss if you try and fight it normally. Most people make the mistake of fighting Amygdala normally in the last phase instead of just going for the AI loop and just learning how to dodge that jump. His jump is the easiest to dodge in the game. It's always the same. It's really easy to predict when he's going to land. I very rarely get hit by it now. But other bosses I struggle with. I struggle with Ludwigs, and I struggle with Parls rolling through their jumps. And Parl's AoE. That's probably the thing I struggle with the most. I feel like I can get it like 1 out of every 5 tries, but that isn't enough. And I haven't ever gotten good enough at doing it to actually make it viable for me. It's not like Amygdala where you get like a good couple swings in between each jump. Honestly, I used to think Amygdala was one of the harder ones, but he honestly became the easiest of all the late game hard monsters. One second, I need to use the bathroom. Sorry. I forgot to unmute my mic earlier. It's alright. Honestly, wasn't saying much. Only thing somewhat interesting that I said was about the music I was listening to, and that was 30 minutes ago. Which I don't know if my mic was muted or not. But I was listening to the album Delicatessen by Rob Sonic. And I was saying how when you try to type it into YouTube, it will autocomplete to Delicatessen, but that's not what it's called. I didn't spend my souls. Or repair my weapons. I don't want to lose even more souls. The past 2 days I've lost like 5 million in total.
Welcome. What? Very well.
choose a good weapon for this. The only good attacks that the Whirligig Saw has are the left and right attack. Everything else it does is garbage, for the most part, for fighting. And it's a real negative. He lifted me up in the air. He did it last time too, but it didn't fuck me like it did this time. Stop! What the fuck? When you're the most bullshit version of yourself you can possibly be. What? Sure. Come on. Okay, don't stagger. You're gonna stagger? Not gonna stagger? Why did it take all the way to the end for his hind leg to break? Sure. 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 Game. Sure. Whatever. Okay, so apparently I can headshot. Okay, great. Doing great so far. Doing awesome so far. Awesome. Awesome. Get so tired of cute inputs. I didn't even press that dodge. I pressed that dodge like 2 attacks before then. Well, I think that's gonna do it for me tonight. I'll be back tomorrow, and then hopefully the day after tomorrow. Well, actually, The day after tomorrow will be Neo too, so. Well, at least that's what my next stream should be after the next one. If I even decide to stream tomorrow, I don't know. I should stream. I don't have a reason not to. But we'll see. And I'll just come back and I'll do some more Chalice stuff. Or do whatever. I mean, I'll do whatever. If people want to watch me fight fucking Lawrence for 4 hours straight, I'll do that. But there ain't many people watching me, so. I'm just gonna do whatever I want to do, for the most part. Anyways, I'll be back. Have a good one.